There we go. I should have checked things before I started actually streaming. But hello. And hello, Survey. Hopefully you can actually hear the game audio. Boop. But I wasn't getting... For some reason I wasn't getting Twitch connections, and I figured out why. It's because I changed something. And that disconnected all of my Twitch connections. So... there's that. Beep, 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 beep. And now I have to get up for a second because I hear something going off, which is real annoying. Be right back. I'm back again. Hello, friend. Hello, P. Someone put stuff in for too long and set off the smoke alarm because it was burnt to a crisp. Well, welcome back to the great Ace Attorney Adventures. Suffice to say, I don't actually know what to do from this point. Yeah, I've also lost a few things that way, where they're just completely... You put them in for a minute too long, and suddenly they go from, oh, this is perfect, to, like, Hades even wouldn't even touch these things. But I'm guessing I go to new game, maybe? Nope. I guess maybe I continue where I left off? I don't actually know. Yeah, how do I get to the second part of the game? Or maybe this is all there is from the game, and I've been lied to. I don't actually know. But no, I don't think that would be possible. Especially considering there's a whole section for settings for the second one.
Entertain me.
Things may be a bit turbulent, but keep on keeping on. She'll be here. Take care, Bluma One Night Snow.
Thank you so much for the 54 months resub, OP. I really appreciate it. That said, I hate the robot voices that keep changing. I keep expecting one, and then it just gives me a completely different one, and I don't know how to take it. I guess just the autosave will take us to part 2. So this is what happened at the end. With your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Did you forget what my voice was? 'Cause I'm sure Brilly did. Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation, also hello, I'm still here, that the music box does contain secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Yeah, we should just have the robot, the resubs just go off in Morse code or something. Hang on. Yeah. Actually, the argument was kind of quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? He was a communication officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we never could have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. Sogi? What? But that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I said asogi. Does that mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? It was written on the back of your shield, silly. I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She described it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written down in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to their own languages. And Japanese the worst one, because they have letters that mean like 20 things. And you'll never know what they say. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I have a photographic memory. But I think it's based on the I-Ro-Ha pentagram, isn't it? You mean saying Japanese Morse code, the message said asogi? Yep, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it, in my books. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important in the international communications. You know, looking back, I really did believe that, but... Now that it's 2021, I realize how foolish I've been. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Probably letters that are never pronounced, because with context, the letters and symbols that mean multiple things will, like, be deciphered in the end. But you can never really give me a solid reason on why pterodactyl has a P at the start. You know? There's no context that makes that any less legible than it normally is. It's only making you lose a spelling bee. And it's not even a B, it's a spelling P. You know? It's frustrating. It's like, just imagine supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Just imagine if that had silent letters in it. Then it wouldn't even be atrocious. It would just be an insult. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? It was in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. Made the color drain from Sasato's face. You can tell because she's like slightly less tan than usual. In the night sky. No doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire's been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is K, Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A, Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T, Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it'd be Tobias Gregson, the third man on the list. What is his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Sasato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? Do you mean Dad? Says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who'd ever thought? Those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. Not gonna say that part out loud. It would appear this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So that could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Yeah. Oh, well, no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are 1,000 people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. There's not. Have you ever met a Wilson? Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Because he's dead. Also strange, somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, feels I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I don't have any dang candles. I do wonder, if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk! I'm still here, by the way. Still a boat.
Oh dear, the ship is gonna set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change in a larger passage vessel bound for Japan, and I'll stay away from cats. Really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Sasato. I'm sure we will never meet you again.
Wish you all the very best. Miss Sasato, I'd hope to always have you on my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Maybe even in the next cutscene. Really, Susie? And don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. About your manuscript. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. And if it's not a promise, it's a lie. And I'm standing. Mr. Naruto? Yeah? Remember the first time we met? Nope. Yeah, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Sasato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. No. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. That you'd be the perfect person to continue Kazuma's great legacy. My instincts were right. Really want to believe? No. I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell. And she'll be back soon, and we're skipping the credits, because I don't care. Oh. It's the cutscene. Yeah, it was good to have a recap of where we left off, because it's been a month or two.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Stay away from that cat!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
And to seeing all these 2D cardboard cutouts put onto a ship with Sasato.
Of course there will.
Of course there will, it's in the future.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all,
I'm also here.
I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
And a sword.
But when do we start the power to talk to ghosts? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over special express trains, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion in the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we never would have made it down to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it's all your fault. Huh? Wait, what? The formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mrs. Sato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous, see? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you'd like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. I love Runo's words. I know just the one he'll use here. And I really must say...
Objection!
Yes. Now how do I start the next part of the game? And hello, random. Hope you're having a good day. You missed the recap. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully I can make it a little better. It didn't even... Hmm. Ah, I see. I was a fool. There we go. I had to press left or right on this side, not on that one. Okay. Not on the thing that says select adventure. I apparently got an achievement right away. Ace Attorney Silver Court would just be like you playing LA Noire.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Hey, I'm here.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Definitely just fighting a cat over a fish or something.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted.
Objection. Twitch can get away with these copyright strikes because clearly this tone, do, is directly from this video game.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
As a lawyer? Again? But I can't do female voices. Oh.
So please,
She died?
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
You don't have to say that so fast. I thought she was the murderer, but from her confident smirk, and yet she was dead. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. She was a murderer. If you recall, she was the murderer of John H. Wilson. We proved as much in the very first case. She poisoned him by putting an antiseptic or whatever in his drink, and then it went into his tooth wound, and he died. It has been a while. But I remember everything, random, Weather. Yeah, that was it. Being dead is a pretty good alibi until it's not. Dahlia would like to have a word with UOP. Literally ghosted someone to commit a murder. It's weird being Sasato's, like, first-person view. Can we flip someone? Is that a button I have? But also, welcome back to the Court of Japan, which means we don't have the jury yet. Here I am again after 9 months. A new child is born in the Supreme Court of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Yeah, good. You're here. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh yes, good morning, sir.
Hardly recognize you. Got a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh dear. Truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born.
Ah, relatable. Ah, goodness, that sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Let me reintroduce this man. Eugene Mikitoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And then he came back with sleek white hair. No correlation, I assume. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Ah, random lady. Would I be correct in thinking that you're my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear, on my good life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Mimbambi. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Okay, so Susato has not been given the Naruhodo curse, where they get taken to court. Not yet, at least. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to become a little flustered. It's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it, well, makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
Seem our little plan for the trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikitoba?
Even if your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course. So I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. Is she just wearing a mask? It does make me feel rather relieved, just as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Rei. It's just that... No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. I'll take that as a compliment. Means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start.
I wonder, do I have the ability to... No.
But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
Why do you want to poke her eyes out? It was the only way. Only way she'd be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life I felt so frustrated having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom.
What? That's not true.
Despite the fact that laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
She set foot into the courtroom before, and also we've had like 3 witnesses that were female.
But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. So I can act as your lawyer. I suppose I should change my voice slightly. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend, and I swear if you get on a boat and die, I will kill you. Not that that's ever happened to anyone who said that they were someone else's greatest friend right before defending them in court. I was worried I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. He's in England. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Rei. Please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just... really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice, although I am standing still, so I'm not sure how I'm dashing.
Aha, you should be pleased. Means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. Certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. I'm not really sure how to take that. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. Notice how your shoulders are slumped, how you're trembling ever so slightly, and how you keep looking at the floor and blinking in Morse code as if to say, wow, this is a really bad day. Sasato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder, and I don't even know how to hold a pen. Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean, except that time I stole your sandwich. What? I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Sasato.
Defendant counsel. By the way, we could hear everything you were saying. You're banned because we know you're a woman? Saying. Court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Just kidding, by the way, I don't care. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Sasato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
I assume he would have to pull some strings to get her recognized. Otherwise, it would be like, how do they know who she's not supposed to be? Simply no other way. That's all there is to it. Not for this tutorial mission. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It'd only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. It's almost as if there was a law that made it so you would have to get a lawyer. But no, that would never happen. I don't want to burn her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
Yes, it was that English woman no one really cares about. We should be making a move now, too. I'm not going to answer your question. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, father. I'm Sasato Mikitoba, a jujitsu assistant, which you already knew, but I'm going to say it again anyways, because repeating stuff is what a jujitsu assistant does. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder, and wearing a different outfit. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo. Oh yeah, and the game is audible to you guys, right? I turned off one setting because it was making weird staticky noises, and that seemed to fix it, but... I thought so. Okay. One second. Okay. I know I just saved, like, literally in the same spot, but I want to go over one thing that we changed, just to clear up some minor confusion. But this game has different outfits. So this is regular Naruhodo, and this is Iris's homemade suit. This is what she's supposed to look like, but And this is Shom's Japanese mix. Japanese jumble mix. I'm assuming we'll have some access to this somewhere, but... like, I'm curious how they managed to... mess with things in this beginning thing. She's supposed to be wearing something else. I want to see if she's in a different outfit.
Court is now in session here, the trial of Ray Mamambi.
Prosecution's fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
There it is. This is her dashing outfit. She was definitely in the dress before. I wonder if we're gonna get access to the tailor, like, in-game somewhere. It's like if I save the game... I'm gonna do this one more time, because I do like her actual uniform that she has on, rather than this dress. I'll turn these off too. But I'm curious if she's just wearing the dress and it completely destroys the entire point. Because she definitely was when we went to the cutscene. Yep, she's just in the dress. Clearly a lady. Clearly not... not the intended look. Well... that's silly. I'm sorry to waste time, but I was curious. There. Now she's back to this uniform.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready. I mean, ready.
Ah, yes, counsel. Go on your resignation details. Your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Ryutaro, huh?
Sorry?
Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little adventure. Afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel?
Yeah, that's right, that's me. Yes, I'm Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Well, she's got the nervous look down, that's for sure.
Ah. Team Ryutaro may need to consider how to better uphold his manly act first, and not overdo it. And those wild white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo?
Yeah, fresh face in this courtroom if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunsuke Naruhodo. Currently in Britain as a study program, this is his cousin. That's right, Ryutaro was here and been studying the provinces, but was called into capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. Tut tut tut. What a pitiful situation.
It's the exact look that, you know, you could easily prove that she's part of the Ryunsuke clan. Or the Naruhodo clan, 'cause she's got the look down.
Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, they accuse us to call in a country boy.
Better than calling in you.
Rude. How dare you? Sasato's ever been as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Huh? Oh, Please be careful, Ray. Tish, ha ha! What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Ugh, so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo goes through. Like it or not, eyes are... want to flit. Whatever that means.
Case be heard, lawyer. Heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, I'd be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. Isn't that weird that I was here for both of those? And yet for proceedings such as importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. You know you lost that one 9 months ago too, right?
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you can whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in the courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now.
Oh, I was kind of hoping his eyes would be animated.
This same judge tested him as well. You remember that. Even though he was just a student at the time, not even the law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. Not to put any pressure on you or anything. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Oh, she took off her thing.
Alright, it's time to prove myself. She did the slap. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. Couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo goes through. Like it or not, minds are... want to blank.
Is this how we get her to become the ultimate judicial assistant? By just understanding that? Yeah, sometimes you're standing here and you're like, what was I doing?
Not surprising, really. It's your first time in the position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like yours is bound to flicker and falter under these circumstances.
I appreciate that the name tag still says Ryutaro. Can they English? Yes. The problem is it is old-timey English. So want to means it's customary behavior, or a habit, basically. Oh no, now I get why he shows his badge to everybody. It's so he remembers that he's a lawyer. Oh no, now I have to show my badge to everybody. Yeah, I swear if they start talking like stupid 14 dragons, I will just throw the game out. That's what we need. We need Final Fantasy Ace Attorney. Put Nidhogg on the stand. But, you know, with less fighting and more yelling.
Oh dear, this is a missile failure.
Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome this problem.
Of course, the court record. Yeah, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right, just use R to open the court record. You need to flip the people section with R. Don't take too long over it, His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where information I need will be.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
The name is... Jeziel Brett, 25. Victim of the case was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor John Wilson. And there's Ouchie. There's Ray Mamambi. Also happens to be my father. Yes! A hand? Name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jeziel Brett. Jeziel Brett?
Name will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you'll be able to be aware of the significance of that name. Let me pose another simple question. Do you know Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain? Why then is her name indelibly associated with our empire's judicial history? Obviously, you wouldn't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jeziel Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of... Queen Victoria! No, it's a killer. Yes! 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University was killed. And the culprit was... Jeziel Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. In the midst of that delicate diplomatic situation, that the incident occurred. An Englishman, John H. Wilson, was shot dead. The associate of yours, Professor Mikitoba, who I thought was talking. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly, even though it was their people who did it. Indeed it was, which is why the secret trial was conducted here at Supreme Court. You were there. A student of the Yumei University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunsuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And there she is with her giant, weird hat. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Jeziel Brett. We never did see her eyes. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. Jurisdiction. Blah, blah, blah. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws, who decided she'd be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw negotiation personally. Date for a transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week.
It took that long to get her a boat?
All that remained of the Empire's obligation was to see the woman safely aboard a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before? Should I have known that already?
That will do. I'm satisfied the counsel before the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. And into the fire.
Now a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Archie, not Professor.
Yes. As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. There's a bird. There's a sandcastle, I made that myself. There's a crab! I hate crabs. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, a secluded bathing spot by the sea. You can see the sea there, with seagulls. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. The injury, which proved fatal, but she seemed pretty okay with it, all things considered. I mean, look at that smile. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, even though that's completely inaccurate, and the accused, Ray Mimambi. Accordingly, there could be no doubt for the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene, promptly arrested the young lady, even though they realistically wouldn't have known about the stabbing until way later, when she would have gotten away, which is a huge plot hole already. But we're going to ignore that.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. Prosecution's summary kinda sucks. It was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
The powerful motive.
She got the slam right away. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this accused, shall we? Mimbami, you're a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working Professor Mikitoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. Defendant is an excellent assistant with strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work for Professor Mikitoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Also, there were other people in this courtroom?
Why don't they show up behind him? I never actually noticed that they don't show up behind Ouchie or, well, Sasato.
Is that not true? I forgot to read. Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep, satisfied feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray. Be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of you to raise undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. Let's find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up prosecution's counsel on what he said about being alone. Mimbambi? Yes, what is it? Naruhodo? I'm really sorry to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Sasato. But that would also be way too obvious, right? Please tell the court exactly why you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. No, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the cut. You and no one else. Truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on the bathing sojourn. She was last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai.
Does it really take that long to get someone from one country to another?
And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Yeah, but why would they do that? Who cares? Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Tish ha ha. Prosecutor Council seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. For now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. Really is terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really had to pick up prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. Hello, Emmy. Hope you're having a good day. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
Ha! My apologies. Clearly modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government's unable to stand up to foreign powers. In a matter of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it would decide that the dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But, in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one's proved that yet.
I won't provoke the man if you don't need to.
I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now.
Despite her guilt determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such an undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you could hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Hello, Sanosuke. Right now, Ryunosuke isn't defending anyone. But good old Ryutaro is. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind to pursue this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Not in a bathing suit. At all. And stabbed from behind, clearly in the back there.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. Tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there's no one within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
Well, he did get a buzz cut at one point with a sword.
Court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Photographic print of the crime has been entered in the court record.
As I understand them, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. Deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of the guilt points firmly at the defendant.
No, it doesn't.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and evidence.
Witnesses? But who? And also, you said they were alone.
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I believe you know him. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave you no room for doubt.
Ugh.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
About that, Takushi Ouchi has been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irrelevant little student boy utterly humiliated me. I had hair then. Ryusuke Naruhodo. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
Ha ha! You've become concealed with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. Also, hello, remember me? I was alive once. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Ta-da!
And now I hear him here again. Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of the cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
Start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchi growth. See? You see this seed of hope sprouting forth between the barren expanse of my crown.
I think that tiny girl's trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Oh, where's the hope exactly?
I said silence. Today I face another Yokozuna from the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. My victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. And with that, the prosecution calls witnesses to the stand.
Well, it looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. Prosecution and defense have much to lose.
A haircut's hardly comparable to Ray's life.
I don't know. Have you seen my hair? I wonder indeed if we happen to know these witnesses. I would have been okay never seeing the Catman again.
Witnesses, please cite your names and occupation for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
And I am, well, the next big thing in books. The author of renown throughout the capital, yes. In fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat sensational Sosuke Natsume,
And also the third guy, apparently. Who's this guy?
Soseki Natsume is my name.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please, you need me and all of me.
I need it?
It's only natural you feel nervous in my presence. All of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even.
I see. Yes. What is Soseki doing here?
Tread carefully, Sasato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yeah, of course, I know. I presume Soseki wouldn't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget about him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one. Although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's the disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. My guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Also, I'm not dying anymore, so that's nice. Well, I certainly appreciate why the Imperial Police detective might be present. Well, what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki?
I jinxed him. No!
Ah, well, you see, I'd been asked that day to give a lecture. The morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with the research from the Medical Science Department. Professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikitoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or another about two former students who had studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. To secretly supply snapshots, scribble stories, that scrub for my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read at your leisure, my professional struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. Practically threw that paper at me.
Okay.
Anyway, following the interview with the professor... Oh, you're going to read it now? Okay, well.
You got another cat. Interesting. What is this pose, though? There's something important here. But I can't read Japanese. Clearly visible stab wound, yet no murder weapon, but also clearly a stab right there. And lots of footprints. Too many footprints. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim's eyes, just so you will never be able to see her eyes.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared to be made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. Continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
After which utterance, the university immediately contracted the government to seek guidance. Response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as detective accompanies her.
That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Kusunaga.
Thereby the entire party discipled quarterly for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you...
Well, you do have something on your face now.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. It feels as though someone jinxed me from another dimension.
That mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No, fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that I, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline an invitation. But only if I had, I'd never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Very well, now I ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. To give an account of that all of you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Why? Why is he still dying? Why is he still coughing up blood? Been 9 months, guy.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard the cutter wall from behind me.
I ran to the beach at once, where I found the pair in question.
Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd been stabbed the victim multiple times. No.
Indeed, does appear this testimony both witnesses were present and saw it at the moment of this heinous crime.
Now, if you recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency.
Do we sound the same? I think we sound the same. I found it at the scene while examining the body. Appears that her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you'd cast your eyes over the photographic print, the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me.
The victim was clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen.
You kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
The owner's initials have been engraved onto the ebonite barrel.
R.M. Ray Mimbambi. Or something else.
The initials of the defendant.
Oh no, she did the thing.
Now I understand how Naruhodo feels. When you're hit with something unbelievable, your feet are wont to fly backwards.
Fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Fountain pen has been entered into the court record.
So, have I admitted anything? Decisive testimony and evidence? There's a bright blue sky in the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouched you of 9 months ago. Had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo? That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies and prove they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
I mean, there's already, like, obvious holes, but whatever. Let me look at the thing first. I apparently have to read through this again.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around my head. That's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Gorgeous, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find inconsistency in what those two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why any of them would have any reason to lie.
One you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even, well, they're stupid. What's important is that we determine the truth. There's only one way to do that.
With evidence, of course.
Or like a true judicial assistant. Or a lawyer, I don't know. During witness testimony, you can use R to pick a piece of evidence and present it. You can listen carefully each statement and compare what's said to the details of the court record. Find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified the witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
So the details of evidence in the court record against each statement to find inconsistency. Hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, no one else to defend this poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again.
I really don't. Okay, I can't examine that yet, but...
Objection!
Objection! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma and Naruhodo have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
Well, what's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? Who? How? Not you, Sir Seki. This particular one, yes. Although, you know, he would have died if he didn't get it right. But technically, Naruhodo has stood here twice now. Technically speaking. Even if this isn't a real one. This query is directed at Inspector Hozunaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. Oh, she has her own little book. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Hozunaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ah. And so Seki, me? You claim to have seen Minami in the throes of stabbing the victim. Well, yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife, if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah, true! What exactly is your contention, Counsel? You're ever going to tell us? I mean, probably. But I have to go through 3 paragraphs to get there. There's only one logical conclusion. But Suseki in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Oh, he's got sandals on now. Excellent work, Susato. Exploded at them with the objection and proceeded to pull the apart systematically. Objection! Sheesh ha ha. This takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show, and then he beat me, so I should probably shut up. Right there were certain similarities. If that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who is only half the head of hair. Whoa, Professor, please. I know you work with chemicals, but don't burn him so casually. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case. All this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. I'm not a... well, right. When the accused first plunged deadly weapon in the victim, that was the fatal blow. And was that moment she had just withdrawn the blade for her next strike, as the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had been already stabbed the victim. Question, where is the knife? All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. Well, yeah, we already knew that. I'm in agreement with the prosecution, as I always am. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for her action to be viewed with suspicion. Where is blade? But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we're back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student goes in as you claim, then why
would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And Demon's cold-blooded composure, too. Prosecutor demands explanation, and it better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes, going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that? She was stabbed in the back, not the neck.
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
Truth is, I don't really know. I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. Reason why the defendant pulled the knife out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life, obviously. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. As though she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Bimbabi was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Tish, ha ha. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Seems this is the best we could expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
It's just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Like another opportunity to testify.
Yes, instinctively I know that. You would keep the blade in there because the blood coming out would not only flood her lungs, but also you'd have to put pressure on it to keep the blood inside. But the other choices were to kill her or stab her or something, so...
In respect to the slipshod of assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
Tish, ha ha. An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel is hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to have possessed not an iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I permit your request. Testify again before the court on the subject of defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir, and I will do so flawlessly. I definitely won't cough.
I'm here too.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with the ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Darn it, I coughed. Let's not forget the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Till the doctor's ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
Ha! This is why yokel should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village should have such basic knowledge. Even some random streamer who doesn't know anything about being a doctor should have that basic knowledge. And should stop jinxing a man to cough up blood. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Or, I don't know, maybe been stabbed a few times themselves on accident. It just as an example. Not that that's ever happened.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... The most I've done is cut open a door.
A paper knife? Of course you haven't. I'd bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled the knife out in full knowledge that the would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know. I mean, we still haven't seen the knife.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. Seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have...
Chisato! Pull yourself together. Mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, you're moving my education immediately afterwards.
Okay. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it'd be hard, but I had no idea it'd be this hard. I feel like I'm being stabbed. And I want to pet that turtle. Hold it! I'm going to press you. The defendant suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. One's a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Well, I managed to convey the basics now. That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Whatever the motive just isn't in Mimabi-san nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. Very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant.
Objection! And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument. No, not feelings.
With this fledgling defender, I almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Back to you reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mimabi. Because... do I have anything? RM...
Saying to do without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due to care and detention, it'd be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. But... the blade is likely like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present for any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh. Can't help but wonder if she's even actually dead. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mimabi's talent and offered her a position of assistant despite her being a woman. Extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to be a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. Met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mimabi's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was the man's death, which only serves to prove my point.
Can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew withdrawing the knife would be threaten Miss Brett's life further, just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Shadow, at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
Fundamentals?
That is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Realize your first time playing the role of a lawyer in the courtroom. Even though, it's not. Need reminding of the rudiments, you only need to ask. Do my best to help.
What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma and Naruto were always turning evidence over in their hands. I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
If I look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. May just find a clue.
I'll do it straight away.
Okay, so I had to go through that first. Can I examine this now? Yep, thank you. Oh, she even has her own little 2D picture. You take off the pen's lid. Ba-ba-ba-da. Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? There's no ink in it. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Something wrong, Father?
Turns out there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there. That's all.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. That would seem to imply the pin doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
The fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pin in her dying moments is clearly a message too.
Identify your killer, you mean?
I don't think there could be any doubt this is a key piece of evidence in this case. And yet, we'll never talk about it, really.
I can also look on this end and find out absolutely nothing. Newspaper Soseki. Seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Uh-oh. From Yume's Medical Research? Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? I didn't know that.
This morning paper that Soseki gave us. You saying you didn't know?
Embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I did not hear such a thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
Highly toxic poison been working on the strictest confidence.
Why?
I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
What's written here is true. It means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
You need to read this article very carefully.
How do I read the article very carefully? Marcus Ingles returns tell all. This is an interview with you and Soseki, isn't it? Looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yeah, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me in the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Well, I have this voice now, so there's that.
I can't identify this one. Deadly poison secretly developed by the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Smallest amount entered the body either via mount or via wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Okay, so she's definitely dead. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin, apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military, because the military is always up to everything. It is very specific for no real reason. A poison-laced blade, or it could just be a toothpick. Basically, if it enters your body, you will die. I don't know though, she seemed pretty okay with it. I mean, again, look at that smile. But I guess maybe she poisoned herself? I don't know. Would be a funny way to go. What else do I have? Obvious explanation here.
Which is?
Clearly, the defendant, Ray Mamambi, does not possess an ounce of sense.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikitoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know young people today. That's friendship. I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. Lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear. That recalled me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. Lesson everyone must learn.
What we see now is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Ben Bobby would have certainly been aware of it. So the only thing I can think of would be that she was seeing if it was poisoned, but I don't... Let me think. Knew nothing of the incident. Okay. Yeah, that's the only one that really makes sense, I think, right? That she was trying to see if it was poison in the body. Which, if she, you know, if it was poison, then she would have known, like, there's no way I can save this person. Okay, the music stopped. We're right. No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife to the victim's wound.
What?
Ha! The Yoka not only has poor grasp of the law, but there's also a poor loser.
I want to hear that from you.
Tell us then, what possibility you think you've identified?
It's here, in a newspaper article. Article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial University.
Objection! Victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
Do you not know anything about poison? Poison blades have been a thing since well before this game was supposed to take place. But I guess that's why they specify knife or a bladed weapon. Professor Ouchie, you'll let the defense speak.
But newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of heresy wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. Ignore him. Gonna need some tangible basis for your claim. Indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper mentioned affirms your assertion. Clearly it was Soseki's karate chop that killed her. Look at how sharp his chops are. It just stabbed right through her.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course, thank you. Ray would have never selling some to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. Reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... I assume it's the deadly and hang on, let me look. Yes, okay, that's where the poison lace blade part is. Article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body, a knife laced with the poison, it rapidly absorbs and causes death within minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it explained why the defendant, Miss Mimbambi, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. Which was most likely in the pen, so she fabricated her own death, I guess?
That's complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. Defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? Cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection! Oh, please, clearly desperation. Weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison had nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof. The information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive, but instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. Must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or an argument makes no sense.
Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what ground she did it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. Groundhogs.
You cannot possibly.
Question counsel, it appears those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware. Words alone, empty or not, are no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. Thank goodness there's no jury here. I hate to have to deal with that. In that case, counsel, you present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? I guess it would be the post-mortem. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. Ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic sciences, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact this condition of the victim was noted here in post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death?
Well...
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. There was an extreme constriction instead. That's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes.
As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, think you'll agree this is a very compelling evidence. You yokel student of a yokel professor?
You even know what yokel means?
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yes. Eugene Mikitoba? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you're the best placed to in the court to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court in truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know?
Toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. You mean to tell the court that the reports of theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility and competence of my supervision, but also I've been here the whole time, so shut up.
Pitiful situation from a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it. I'm here now.
And they are not okay with her being there.
None of this is Professor Mikitoba's fault. It's all my fault.
And Bobby, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
I don't really care. But it was me. I was the one who noticed the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. The day the professor and Soseki were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's why I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. Whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. So I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course, it was that dainty English woman. Who was, for some reason, allowed near confidential poison research. Despite being a murderer who murdered with poison before.
I know this is, years ago, but, like, come on. Regardless of how the other countries feel, you should have probably put her in a confined room until she was ready to leave.
Miss Jeziel Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool on the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet. Before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk down to teeny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen any past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of a knife in her back.
That train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Uh-huh. The amount it entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hope. Really,
I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. And also for a few seconds there before someone read the actual line.
Your attempt to hide the truth is what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with you confessed in the end.
Thank you. Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mimbambi, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
Well, with a knife, obviously.
Your answer comes a simple truth. That you stabbed the victim, motivated by revenge.
Objection. You have no conclusive evidence to prove the assertion, do you?
Well... Oh. I have evidence. It's very much conclusive, much like all the other evidence I presented that wasn't conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
Produce the affirmative evidence at once, prosecutor. Keep wanting to say professor.
Have some praise is due, young yokel student. I'd imagine there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself.
Isn't that clearly proof otherwise, though? Also, hey, we got to see your face. This is contradictory evidence. How would she already be on the ground if she just got stabbed?
Could a more damaging shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. Also, she has a swimsuit on, so that's weird. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mimbami plunged her dagger into the victim's back. Just ignore that she was already on the ground.
That's not true, no. Also, who took the picture? I don't believe it. Ow. That means there's another witness that isn't here.
But we're just gonna ignore that. Counsel of defense, was you responsible for that shrill scream just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. Yokas are slow mind, slow to mature.
Shut up. I'll show you slow to mature.
Careful now. Sasato is starting to show her face here. Often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Or to accept this extremely cognate photograph print as evidence. Incriminating photograph has been entered to the court record.
Can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. If it's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took the photograph? Ray, you said the most sensible thing in the entire courtroom.
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh. Objection? That's like the most important thing. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. Courtroom must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
Ah!
I will uphold the defense's demand. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Which means it's not evidence. Are we to understand then, counsel, that full knowledge of the fact that this photograph is the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it could be fit for submission in the evidence of the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth of this print so eloquently expresses.
Defender is already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly this is the moment the knife was plunged in the victim's back.
but not when it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. Yeah, you do. It's called She's on the Ground. On what grounds do you think she would just be eating sand? Seeing it captures, without a doubt, the most compelling evidence presented to this court. Defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear.
Otto, this is a time for you to fight. What you've established so far is true, then there could be no doubt. Photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yeah, we just need to prove that somehow. Tish, ha ha. You have plenty of time to rule your defeated slow train back to provinces. And to rue the day you came out against the Takisushi Aochi in the court of law. I can't determine who took the photograph, then the trial's gonna come to an end. Must be a clue somewhere. Must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
It must have been Lotta Hart, a time traveler from the future. Burning question is, who took the photograph? And the truth is...
Well, I mean, I can't say I don't know, so I must have an answer.
It isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. I identify the person who took the dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim you can, please, do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present the evidence. Defense is a piece of evidence that reveals the important details about the photographer's identity. I do?
Do I have... I guess there's this? It's the only picture I have. Well, no, I guess I have this picture too, but the police took that picture. I'm pretty sure they would know who the police are, right?
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? Wish I could zoom back in. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. It is this picture. Because you can see in the top right, it has the little crack. Which is the exact same crack that's in this picture. I mean, I wish I could zoom in on this thing, but... Interesting.
What is that, newspaper again? Roxas English returns tell all.
Not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some lines on the right-hand side. I was right.
Ah, yes, indeed. Already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or alike.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. There's no trees growing inside any building, really.
No, if you look closely at this photograph, every time I do, it makes me laugh. I mean, look at her getting stabbed. Ha!
Good gracious!
Yes, the exact same patterns of lines is present on the photograph, too. Well, that tells us nothing. Aha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
There are no trees outside the hut. Wouldn't be trees and growing inside a hut at the beach council.
Quite remarkable about it, the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have been transpired?
Curious matching pattern appears in both photographic prints, a result of...
Some tree branches.
No, it would be the camera. The camera has a cracked lens, I assume. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device.
Yes, you cannot confidently say the camera's lens must be scratched. The scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But, must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. Really impossible to identify the owner of that particular one.
Well, no, it'd clearly be the news reporter. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs features in a newspaper article.
A newspaper? Ah!
That's right. The author of that article is the mysterious witness to this crime. Mamino? Is it the guy that was behind Sasada, or whatever his name is?
I see we're calling a Roxas English returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
Soseki, that's right. Not Sasato.
It's Mini Mimo, I tell you. Mean Mimo. Me, mo.
Soseki. What was that? Did you say Mini Mimo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the show you news has been hounding me, following my every move.
Hang on.
Reporter by the name of Raiten Mamino. Been hounding me. Yes, he's been hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Now that he mentions it. So he was in the court? I mean, I wondered who this guy was, but... Could that same reporter be...
A camera to the left of him, notebook to the right. And there I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Mini Mimo.
So you're saying that this picture was taken by...
My Mini Mimo, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer, why does newspaper reporter wants to bring you to my courtroom? Even though he's already here. We'll join this short recess in this meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency.
As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. Why wasn't that submitted to evidence before? You solicited the assistant of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood? Even though the professor is literally right there.
Meh. Me Mimo.
To be continued. Well, we did it. We got through part 1 of episode 1, and I will be right back as Penny requires to be let out. So be right back. I have returned. I had to actually like let her out and everything because doggos have been escaping, which includes the pups. They've always been found, but don't really want them to get in trouble. Or, I don't know, get their eyes pecked out by a chicken. Yeah, there's a hole in the fence somewhere and we can't find it. There's just too many things in the way. Too many things for a human body to get through without being stabbed multiple times at least. And we don't have a working weed whacker or anything that would really take all that down, you know? No, not yay stabbing. Stabbing is pain. You know, Penny doesn't care about escaping. She doesn't like the cold, and she just goes out, does her business, and comes back in, so. She also wouldn't be able to fit through any of those holes, but that's beside the point. I also, random, I did research on... Yeah, it is too much effort for her to escape. I did research on that Pokemon game that we looked at yesterday, and it is mostly a numbers game. I summarized it elsewhere, but basically every move has their own specific like stats and abilities and what dice you roll, and you roll the die and then you just add up a bunch of different effects to it. Like if it has a white pair of white dice by the thing, you roll 2 dice and you take the highest value off. Or something like that. And then you have things that do the opposite, where the opponent has to roll 2, and then they lose the highest roll. Or if you roll a 4 on a special die, you get an extra die, then you add it to your normal roll. And then you have +1 or +2 or -2 depending on the type of move. And then it depends on what things you use, and ugh. It's very simplistic, though, because it's just the highest number wins. If you get the highest number, it doesn't matter, you win, and then the opponent loses. Yep, it's about luck, it's about skill, about the power of will. Sadly, I couldn't get the random starter thing to work. But why what? Hang on, I think the thing just froze. Yep, it did. It froze for a second. I'm back. For the sake of life, I'm gonna restart the thing real quick. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never made a reference to anything. But I was wondering if there was any reason I should bother with playing a Pokemon thing. I'm not gonna get the new one. As fun as the underground stuff would be, I feel like it's just not a good enough game to spend $60 on. Because it's not even a new game, it's just the same game. There's nothing really new to it. People can beat it in 17 minutes. By making sandwiches. As one person put it that I saw the explanation of. They basically copied all of the DS code, redid the models, and then added some stuff to the underground. Someone completed their Pokédex in 24 hours. Which technically is supposed to be impossible, but they got really lucky. Because there's like 3 Pokemon that are like very time-based. And they just got lucky that, oh, the one Pokemon I needed is in the Safari Zone. And then all the others are underground. That are rare. Yeah, if I decide to play a Pokemon one, I'm thinking I'll probably randomize stuff, because that seems more fun. You know? I just don't know which one. But either way, back to this game. So sorry, Sasato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray, you should have at least told me about the knife. I mean, come on.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Pokemon randomizers are entertaining. I'd have to figure out... That's the big question, though, is like, which one would I do? What's the best Pokemon game? I mean, objectively, it's probably, you know, Ruby or Sapphire, or Emerald or whatever. Do my favorite? I don't know what my favorite is. I would want one that at least is Gen 4-ish. And I don't think I can get the... I doubt I could randomize the remakes of Ruby and Sapphire. I don't know where I would even get those, you know? Because I like the separation with moves. Plus, that would just have a bunch more Pokemon. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sasato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember, yeah. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Sasato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. It's okay, but also stop saying my name. There are bailiffs right there. Hit me, Sasato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew you'd pull through the knife blade out of Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. I also didn't doubt that Penny would want back in, because the puppies love her and she hates them. Be right back. Don't be rude, random. Also, I'm back. So, Penny doesn't hate the puppies, just to clarify, but she is for some reason very popular with Peanut. I don't know why. He just really loves her for some reason, but she can't stand him getting in her face, so she runs. Which means he chases, which means they were outside my door. So I had to give them pets. And of course, when one of them gets on her, all the others have to get on her, which is 2. So all 3 of them are trying to get her attention. And sometimes she plays with them, sometimes she just sits there and they bark at her, demanding that she plays with them. But, you know, then there are times where she's like, I don't want to deal with this, and just runs to my room. I did briefly have Curly in my room as well. Because he was alone, sleeping in another room, and I was like, I'll just put you in my bed, it's fine. I don't want to wake up the other pups. And he was real comfortable just laying beside me for a while, but then he suddenly decided that he wanted to play. So, like, while I was trying to go to sleep, I suddenly had someone biting my face. And then he was trying to eat my fingers, which doesn't hurt, because he still doesn't really have any front teeth, but... you know, they're there enough that I feel them. Anyways. I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing cute in this house. Although, you would probably love petting Curly. As someone else described him, his fur feels like cotton candy. Because he just has those natural curls. He's real fluffy. Whereas the other 2 have pretty straight hair. Like, Luna has a little bit of curl over her eyes, but other than that, like, they have pretty straight fur. I guess it's hair, but Curly's curly for a reason. And he loves playing with curlers. I don't know if that was, you know, meant to happen, but those are his favorite toys. I'm sorry. After all, I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you always and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me, too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. The fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. The rain is gone. And the clear courtroom skies. So, Ray, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Nah. Oh, Sasato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray, I don't know if that should be a compliment or not. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know you stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. And a pin in her hand, but I didn't notice that part. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. It's a straw hut. Clearly with a giant hole in the back. Clearly she was stabbed in the back, from the back, outside the back, in the outback. I don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed by that.
Great mystery indeed. It's not!
I still can't believe it happened. Why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really wanted by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm gonna prove everything you said you saw is true.
Moving like a true Mikitoba. And a lawyer. And an Naruhodo. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming at the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. Must make sure we have our facts in order.
I expect the poison going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming upcoming proceedings. The police should have hopefully identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. Police won't have any way of testing for it. As it, already says in the newspaper.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though. Just in case.
What's the matter, Sasato? You're suddenly very quiet. A newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Wondering how the information got out, given that it was the government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. When the professor and Soseki were being interviewed at the laboratory. So-called English swanned in without any compunctions, said to Professor Mikitoba. Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki, curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a curiosity introduction.
So then Soseki knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This mini Mimo-san. By the way, the reporter joined you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. And no one else seems to remember him being in the courtroom like 2 seconds ago.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. Very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
No criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Joseki pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
That doesn't mean he listened. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel, just heard the new witness is now ready to testify. Also, hello, I'm bailiff. Trial's about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Huh.
Time to see ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, that's me! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. Prove what really happened that day. Which was today.
Hereby calls this court in order to reconvene to continue the trial at Mary Minimamai. Or whatever. Prosecutor Alchi, have you summoned your new witness?
No. Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? Why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikitoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezebel Breast's life.
Excellent. I admired your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the region delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. Judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
That's not much, but armed with a region, the test is extremely simple. Couldn't have made a mistake.
Yeah, so she drank it.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
No, it hasn't.
Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
The newspaper reporter managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Hey, I'm here now. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. That in Mimo, sure you knew that I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
Simply a contraction of journalist. He's an idiot.
I'm where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print next morning. They don't call me the hero of Herald for nothing. And the nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph. It makes me laugh, was it?
Well, well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Mini Memo sends a scoop on the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by a curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold of 72.5 leg format of morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Your daughter suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I was part of Kazuma's dream for a while. Don't worry about it.
By the way, my name is Sasuke Aochi. That's Takisuchi Auchi. I'm the so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objection strike fear in defense lawyer's heart. Didn't ask, don't care. Go away. No, the readers won't buy that. What?
Witness.
Yeah?
Well, this court demands to know whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. Delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't do a quick click when I present with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with, fast hand to write with. No good if you don't note it down, I always say.
And you can't help but notice a giant thing he's presenting to your face.
That's what I call my mini-mimism.
Mimimism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki.
Yeah, right, that was me, Mimimoto again.
Well, you're supposed to be going back to Shoryu News offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words have piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words.
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. The country's yours is rotten to the core. Dang it, I broke my pencil. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down. I got a new pencil, by the way. Just ignore the one that just spawned behind my ear. Don't worry about it. I'm magic. I do magician tricks in my spare time. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words. She sent them by my mimo pad.
Probably not as many pins as he has.
Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Alright, here it goes. How'd you like to go with everyone to see your country's coast? Serious criminal going on some junket. People need to know about this. Boom. If I decide to sneak off after him. To get the woman's story, I could hammer her in the press.
You mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand?
The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yeah, I saw with my own very journo eyes. From start to finish through the viewfinder of my trusty camera, which is broken.
Thank you, Mini Memo. Give me a formal testimony before the court. State exactly what it is that you witnessed the day of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Yep, he did the stabbing, but she poisoned herself, I assume. Beach Hub was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there's plenty of gaps I could see through. Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Smoldering journal spear burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. Pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked my lens through the perfect shot. Yeah, that doesn't hold up. Reed screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot that I snapped. Hut walls are just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing holding up. Knowing for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddy woven. Pulled the reed apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? The gamble of a lifetime. And I see a purpose that's considered admirable in the journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's a mini-mimism in a nutshell.
Here we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. Evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I think we may be close to a verdict.
No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay. Yes, Your Excellency. More of this report that meets the eye. Keeping something about this case very close to his chest. And I don't mean his camera. I mean, a couple of them stuck out to me, but... yeah, like this one, where did she pull the knife out of? She's wearing a swimming outfit. Hold it! Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are! It's all here in my moped. Oh, well this is interesting. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was here, on the stool in the back of the hut here.
Ah yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I've noted down. My turn to testify, no, try not to interrupt. Try not to be rude? And then the next moment as I was watching, evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up on the middle of a hut, arguing furiously. Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. That is not what you said.
What you describe as a grim scene crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. Just, you know, cover them in lies, apparently. That's what my mini-mimoism says. Each upplay has been entered to the court record.
Nothing about where she pulled the knife from, though, which is what I was going for.
Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap on the screen, did did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy, rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre or whatever. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. Observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor?
I think the witness's last inexpertly phrased statement should be perhaps added to this formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I'll grant the defense's request.
Mini Mimo-san, you'll supply your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Mimoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words are meaningless. Boom. Okay, so obviously this one is where the pin comes in, right? Because this is clearly his pin. Mimi Mimo, until now I had a firm belief that newspapers are the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there, even though it's full of lies. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shore You News on my arm. By the way, that's more Mimimism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting with those recrimatory words, Counsel?
Mimi Mimo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Since the press existed, I don't think it's ever been truthful. So...
This pin was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it with her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pin, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved here. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mimababi.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No! Well, yes, but...
Write in Mimi Mimo, R.M.
That's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of Mimimism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
Appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
The horse dung. Mimi Mimo-san, not the case before she died. You met with Jeziel Brett in that beach hut.
Why should we listen to the absurd nonsense? Nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Shore You News will stand by me all the way. I deny everything. Must be as many people in the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. Prince has neither time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh? And there's no need, anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. Clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, Counsel, defense will show the court exactly where the alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency.
It'd be the Shore You News icon, I guess.
The reveal its owner identity is...
Oh, I have to present it.
Press the wrong button. Whereas the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. Emblem that you will, of course, recognize. Mimi Mimo.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shore You News!
In other words, the owner of this pin is an employee of the Shore You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini Mimo, how do you respond? She also has the Naruhodo sass, that's for sure.
Explain yourself, witness.
So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shore U News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview?
You've never mentioned this before. Almost as if that's illegal.
When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. Couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. Just before a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we mini-memoists say, people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. Testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yeah, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. Need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki.
Soseki?
Oh yeah, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. Cause it's not a harmless one, it's big. Does it have anything to do with this case, though? Mimi Wisdom says that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. That's called invasions of privacy, but whatever. Very well, I'll grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki, hiding something? Again? For the 3rd time?
Yes, I'm here now.
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching her secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. Detective realized the victim had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about this in his testimony, which is why Mimi Mills demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim
regained consciousness?
well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
that is, true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. The answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. Don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. Court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. Porter's claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. But what on earth could have happened in that hut? I'm hunting for the truth. Hut, 2, 3. Signs, I left the hut without making a fuss. Wanted to see from outside. Why did they come running, though? How would they know anything? I don't recall him mentioning having a pulse, either. So Soseki remained in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes. Mustache twitching, eyes bulging, much like he is right now.
What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that haunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They're coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
He did just say that, yes. No sutras or sound in my courtroom, please. Now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. What was the question?
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Rider-Man?
Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosnaga saw Miss Burr on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How'd the woman respond?
She didn't! She said nothing in response. But...
When in the stand, you answer the questions asked to you ambiguously. Without evasion or resistance, I demand you answer your testimony.
I'm trying, man. It's hard. People are dying. I will! Just give me a minute. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
Try to find out who the culprit was. He who asks questions is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. Having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Graven.
Twice.
I was quick to make up my mind. Better be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you indicated the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me! Because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese!
Oh dear. Soseki has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Rider-Man?
Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose.
What?
She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed at the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing in the far side of her. When I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength and pointed a trembling finger at the back of the hut.
But that's not where she was.
Which was, it can't be denied, the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No, it's not. What?
Soseki, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You respond in Japanese.
Yes, that was Japanese, but the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, but a very different direction where the student girl was standing. Somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
In your memory of events in the direction in which the victim was pointing, they're both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. They're very, very unclear. Objection! Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may have barely been conscious, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because the court can see there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing.
Ouchie, please, just stop talking. For one, I only have one voice for you, and it's very tiring.
Now abundantly clear that no one beside the accused could possibly have committed this crime. Objection!
I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can conclude this trial. No! What? Heh. Headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. Very serious blow, says Sato. Except it's not. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and sustain our claim with evidence. Judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know the crime was committed yet.
Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. Let's think back on everything we've learned thus far. About all those details, I'm confident we'll have a clue we need.
Ray gave us her account on how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. Told us that what happened the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Ingshun was sitting in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me. With a knife in her back. And the pen in her hand, but, you know, we don't mention that part. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid the information we gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then defense has nothing further to add?
So, gallant Yokosu's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. I can't establish what really happened. It's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Objection! Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. Alternative theory that could explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. Alternative theory? Ha! None exists. Shut up. Stop talking. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? No. And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was around to those around her at the time by mustering all of her remaining strength and pointing the trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction. Fantasy.
Very well, as you seem sure of your some counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Send your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. The moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Clearly right here.
Naruhodo would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. At least in theory. True culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What?
Order in the court.
Astute lawyer Naruhodo Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You were just pointing out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. If I had seen a suspicious individual loitering about, I could swear to that.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't looking at yourself.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting it's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel.
Vince's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You need to give us more guidance, counsel.
What precise piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Well, the crime scene, I guess. Or no. This one? Yeah. That one shows the thing in the back. And also shows she fell this way. There's no way someone could be behind her.
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. Trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside the beach hut. Objection! You take us for fools, there's no hint of any such thing. Not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I call upon you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut? I don't know, the giant bloody wound? But yeah, I guess it would be this. Like, it's right there, right?
Look closely just here.
How did we angle that? Is this a 3D photograph? The top of that hole was not there.
In the screen in the back of the hut, you can see the effects of the blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. True, the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary. It's almost as if reeds aren't a good thing to make a wall out of.
True culprits actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Mini Memo. It could have only been you. And here come the organ players. Memo! Preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. It makes me laugh every time. Victim lies almost in the center of the beach hut, does she not? If we to assume, as this part of farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not.
We're not?
Dang. Recall a testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as if she knew she was untouchable. Ah, a stool? Have another look at the photograph, and have a laugh. The slit on the read screen would align perfectly with the back of the person sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on that stool. By a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Mimbami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
I'm gonna explode.
By your silence, Mimi Mimo. I take it that you don't deny the charge? This is absurd!
And he already gave a slight motive, but I don't really know why he would do that. Here we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Do we? Accordingly, the court has successfully established the truth of this matter. You jumped to the end, like, real quick. Means the defendant, Mimbami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness, that was easy. Is that really the end? Finally made him cave, even though he didn't really admit why.
Must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. Ouchie clan cat, what of my growth of hope. It wasn't an apparition, I can't accept this, I won't.
See no reason for continuance of this trial. Therefore, move conclude proceedings to... Oh, okay, hold it.
Haha! No, because he was mad at the fact that a known criminal was just kind of doing whatever she wanted.
For whatever reason. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? Well, he's not wrong on that one. They do that a lot. But we have established the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
No one but you was in the place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. Perfectly logical deduction.
The argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Appreciate Soseki being like, can I leave now? Like, am I done here? I don't really want to be next to this guy anymore. Well, what are you talking about? Brace yourselves, little man. Talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison. The poison. Poison made from Miss Brett. The poison made explicitly to kill Miss Brett. Brett's poison. You know, that poison.
I got you covered. The poison?
As a professor, comment about the situation, shall we? I understand the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And somehow it turned her into a crab? Or a llama? Been shown this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right?
That's correct, yes. Unusual constriction of the victim's pupil are a sure sign the particular poison was used.
Yeah, I don't like the snap sound either. Like, he probably has burn marks under his shirt. I see, so presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
That's not really relevant. You still stab someone, dude. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she'd been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Tish, ha. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metrolopian mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade.
It totally matters. Your entire argument was based off that, but whatever, it's fine. I already know where this one's going.
Quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Ha! Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During the very proceedings, the laboratory, the professor at your side assisted in proving. The blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no traces of poison on it whatsoever.
Let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense of this trial, turn out to be the headline making a red herring. Is that about right? Well, no. Stop stealing Ryusuke's animations.
Order in the court. Where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? Undoubtedly obvious answer to that. The lady most likely embodied it.
I mean, she drank it.
Have another look at the photograph here. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. As you can see here.
Bottle of carbonated water and a glass have been knocked over. It's not carbonated water, it's wine. We know what water looks like. Water is not red.
Knocked to the sandy floor of the beach hut.
Poison clearly could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. It made a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. Make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This prime press folder, this is.
Name the trial not destined to end yet after all. Hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, your excellency.
Claiming to be impossible, you were the one who was responsible for administering the poison to the victim. Claim this according to testimony based on which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life, excluding literally everything, because that's what journalists do. I hid from the police to let them know that I was there.
But, you know, we're just gonna ignore that. Alright, saying I've got mod stuff.
For a brief moment, I thought I had illuminated the truth, but I slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yeah, I stabbed this English woman. That's a fact. Proves I'm innocent.
Of what? Stabbing someone?
Why would I bother stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Because you didn't know the poison worked.
When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. Of course, we're gonna punish Brett for what she did. Someone have to see justice done.
Oh, okay.
So you admit that, then, that everything happened as I described? That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. Country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what a pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do.
Your process is... Your methods are wrong. Like, the message is good, but, like, the process is wrong.
Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Okay, so we can just ignore what he's saying, right? He just admitted he's a criminal. Someone who spends a life seeing the truth if it's told. Feel I'm really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before.
You don't look like it.
But as it turns out, there's somebody else who had it in for the victim and got her before me. That's right, you guessed it. Pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! Journo here is off the hook.
Yeah, but you're not saying how. Argument is sound, certainly. It is not. It is as sound as a reed hut. When does it administer the poison himself, you need only wait for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning.
Yes, it's all quite logical.
And that's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. Now after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now?
It wouldn't even matter. I mean, if you haven't proved that she was poisoned, which they only slightly did with her eyes being weird, but, like, they haven't proved that was the cause of death. It could have just made her go unconscious. They don't know how the poison works.
Think of Kazuma and Naruto. Never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your last final cross-examination in this trial. Hopefully. Unless another witness shows up. Are we gonna get the crab on the stand? Will he testify that Soseki was actually building sandcastles? Okay, like, I gotta... What proves you're innocent?
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett, then? Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil. True. Cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. True. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in.
Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yeah, and my civic duty. It's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl on the dock. No, stabbing people is still wrong. I'm sorry, you might disagree, random, but it's still a wrong thing to just stab a random person.
Crime from which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Definitely, you can trust me, even though I lied like 10 seconds ago.
Hold it!
So you still maintain you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt in your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. Final Fantasy would like a word with you. They put belts on their belts. It may be nonsensical, but it still happens.
Hughes administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. Unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. Crime rests on the accused's shoulders. Also, why is Soseki still here?
They did just get rid of belts, but not on the outfits. You didn't see the thing, because I haven't been on in forever. But I have an outfit. I have a robe or whatever that has a belt that goes under the hood of the robe and then goes back around to connect to another belt, which then goes downward to connect to another belt that goes around the waist. It does nothing for the outfit. But there's like 3 or 4 belts on there. And then plus there's the boots that have like 7 belts just around them. It is dumb.
How the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something today.
Also, I haven't been able to log on to actually see if my belts are still... like, if I can get rid of them or not. I had like 2 or 3 that I forgot to desynthesize. Because I just desynthesized all the ones that I wasn't currently using. Belts have been removed. One day I'll be able to log on to confirm. Get on in the morning, but I'm not even awake in the morning. Also, they did put out a thing that said if you are a paying customer, you get a free week to make up for the fact that this week has been awful. Doesn't really matter to you, but hey, anyone else out there gets a free week. Free trial players that haven't been able to log in at all? Sorry, you're out of luck. You should pay for our stuff. 2 consecutive attempts on our life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that even you got it coming. That's how the law works. Law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You'll relate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. Got my goat. What were they arguing about? What were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. Thurgo was laying on the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, professor in the medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikitoba, no less. Right, but then the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. Little doubt that she would have simply been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. Really felt for her. Hold it. I'm here now. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
Why not? He does it.
Well, got a point. No, you can't.
Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making us all this up. Sasato, please, you have to make them listen.
Turn to the dock at once, Bimbalambi. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. Jonas is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really need the court to hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing this controversies regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Yeah, the defendant should have a right to, speak about how they feel.
Nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
True, that is the only thing she said this whole time.
Stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspect of her being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had a knowledge of new poison. Even though we really should have just, kicked her out. Surely it would have been so easy to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Considering everything else that's been going on, yes, it would be that easy. Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikitoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited the laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin being developing, you see. And since Soseki expressed such interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look at an old enemy in the eye. Surely you could understand that. Find out suspicions were true. I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. Surely there would be an incident involving it somehow. It wouldn't be just the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It'd be a complete disaster.
How did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled the beautiful lips of her and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Remember, one small question, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in while the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. I said bench, and I was like, there's a bench in there? There's just a stool. Presumably, there was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. Story was published in the morning edition of the Shoryu News. Details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett. Word for word.
Ah!
Well, Mini Mimo? As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of minimalism. Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write the article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what this was all about. You were trying to recover the fact you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want to go on record.
Alright, go ahead. Very well. Amend your formal testimony. Ha ha! Ha ha ha.
Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Guess I'll press this one too.
How'd you doubt the efficiency of the poison sought to make sure your victim would die? That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. Has to have been a good reason for that.
The reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, and clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
That's undeniable.
Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry, what change?
Porter overheard the conversation between Ray and an Englishwoman.
That's it. That's when Minnow first found out what the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
Victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic sounds entirely reasonable. Think of a plausible explanation to why you might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. Feels as though everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Hang on, let me go back to this one.
Perhaps it would be this?
That's the only thing I can think of is like the current. They wouldn't have been able to detect it, so he would be the only one like really clearly responsible for it. The music stopped, so I'll assume I'm correct. Think of one reason. What? Before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean that information in this newspaper from the article that you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did! There could be no question of that! Also, I'm still here for some reason.
After all, when we were in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it's a terrible toxin. There's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimami's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Objection! Where are you going with this, counsel? Mimimo has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Means that Miss Brett couldn't have embodied the poison while the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimbami entered the hut. Yes, that's accurately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Mimi Mimo overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
Information was subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it wouldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, it's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Imami being no exception.
Therefore, we conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties.
Yag.
In other words, someone like you, right in Mini Mimo. As a side, his name is Dom. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. It was you who administered it in the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison with unusual symptoms and wasn't so traceable. As you listened from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you heard these facts. You had already given the victim the poison that, at that point, it was too late. You had to plan to disguise your mistake. Plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through read screen. Objection! But what good did that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? Plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison caused the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to anticipate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Wouldn't the effects have gone through anyways? It's not like the heart would stop from being stabbed in the lung. The effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back. Why did he have a knife, though?
Armed with a sound, the court is satisfied with the warrant's consideration. Prosecution have a counter argument he wishes to put forward.
Why do you never ask that before?
Well, there are a number of, yes, I counter completely.
Prosecution's evasive response clearly shows. Much the same way he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Hold it. I'm still here. There goes my hat. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise.
I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about? Should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say, gave it to the victim, you say, stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories, although the last one I confirmed. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yeah, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Except for the times I've lied.
What do you mean, explain yourself?
I mean what Professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, my mini memos. Every word. Every slip of the tongue. All noted. What the Show You News is famous for. The power of the printed word.
There'll only be no easy task to steal highly secret talks being developed for the government. Indeed, all victims, blah blah blah, thoroughly search when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen myself with a colleague, getting the poison out be very difficult. Blah blah blah.
How's that then? Blown by the story wide open? See, I write in mini memo. Mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. But we already know how you did that. Can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is definitely evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? I'll take that as a compliment. Point is this, there's only one way you, Mini Mimo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
Fair enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court has shown must be shown as evidence. Who do you have this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
The fountain pen? The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I think they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. That's quite a while.
I swear by weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pins are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen.
Suck up a soup can of scrumptious ink and one's work is washed with words for the blink of an eye. I don't like his hand position. He looked like he was going to twist his head. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, in which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with the later.
What does all this taking of sucking up ink have?
Ah! I see. This is possible to suck ink up into the reservoir. It's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Mini Mimo? We saw the deadly poison for your eyes in the laboratory that day. Use your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Honestly, more of an insult that people just kind of let that happen, but whatever. It's fine.
Objection, more absurdity. That never happened.
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such detailed search would have not been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say. Mind the court, this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mini Mimo. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
Natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after emptying the poison into her glass.
Many number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down the details of a conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
I just exploded. How the modern justice system works, is it? What if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? No, it's clawing my way back into the game. I got plenty in reserve, but not in my reservoir. Everyone's surprised that he throws pencils like kunai. Claim I sucked the poison into the pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. Thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again.
Upstanding citizens don't usually stab people. Want me to take some one final decisive blow to finish this matter? As I see it, the situation now is very simple. Rest upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison upon the day in question. All depends on whether or not the defense can prove what he did with evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Objection, Mini Mimo. This is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past this point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then, call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This will be the final piece of the puzzle.
Be the thing I was just given, I assume.
The knife!
Actually, as a thing, I don't think I actually examined it at all, did I? Ah yes, must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? Gotta fight the urge to run under a hot tap and get it clean.
I've been facetious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
You're really gonna go over, like, where...
This knife clearly has a sheath to it, but I guess it doesn't matter where that went, huh? Anyways, it'd be this.
Counsel, what is that bauble?
This bottle contains the unique chemical region that can identify the poison in question.
Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It'd be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical region, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
Region? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle in the tip of your fountain pen, Mimi Mimo, is all it will take to solve this case beyond reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough. At least no one to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
No! This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold a terrorized civilized nation. Took up arms in the mighty pen. Fought tirelessly in the battlefield. Name of justice, righteousness, mini memo! Mini memo!
Sasato with me. I'm there. Did I do it right? That was the Sato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Instant the first drop of the region touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
Now I'm sad.
I saw it there in the lab, the poison. The poison meant for Miss Brett. Brett's poison. The devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. Excused myself and emptied all the ink in the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yeah, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Mini Mimo. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it as an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I don't know, man. I just did it. I went into that hut and intended to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying a full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. Told her what I thought about it. And she laughed in my face. Oh, this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening to at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
Well, what'd you call me?
This country with its pretentious justice system, to a free press, it's really depressing. See our superior ways in the West, you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to the cave you came from. That's what I remembered. About the deadly poison happened to have my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't just let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yeah, you often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver justice you sought. No justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally I discovered the truth. Random why? You had the perfect timing, but also why? Discovered the truth. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you so much for the donation. I don't know why you did it, but you had good timing at least. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean?
I'll remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Ah, shut up. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman's gonna sail away on the sunset a free woman. Only possible explanation behind scenes. Some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, it was ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
Came under pressure from the government, you mean?
Your government is gonna let criminals walk free if they're gonna crush the free press. Then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Mini Mimo, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezebel Brett.
What?
Truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose you're right.
Here we have reached the conclusion of this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh yeah, that's me. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. Excellent performance. In truth, very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo Funsuke, you mean?
The way you handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
Very flattering, Your Excellency. Please don't look up my name, though. You'll find out that I don't exist.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, I suppose I do. I've always been a fan of Sudoku. But Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Taki Ochi Ouchie of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by Kalu you not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to culture enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than live on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Ouchieism. Ouchieism?
One hopes it's the only way. One hopes the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
He's gonna cut his hair. Spring of my topknot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takuichi Ouchie. And so it faded away in the gentle breeze of just ice. Hands together. Why are you putting your hands together? Why are you here? Where did they go? Oh, hi, I'm here still.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Mimambi.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I've reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. As if there could be any doubt. I mean, when have you ever defended a guilty person in court?
The top knot is the samurai's pride, although his sword is his soul.
Court is adjourned.
We better have the sword talk to us at some point. That's all I'll say. It's over. My heart's still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo? I don't know. I'm not even here. Sasato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no. I think I'm going to cry. You're already crying. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears in the end, too. Only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. Took the courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. I would have to say that the congratulation belongs to you. Sasato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. Yeah, they're gonna find out that she doesn't exist as a Naruhodo, and they're gonna be like, well, clearly that means nothing that was admitted in the court can be true too, and then they throw us back in there. And even the reporter guy would probably be like, what? What's going on? I outright admitted, like, everything. Time to celebrate with swagger. That's not a word I expected to see here. To throw the caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryutaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you out to Milk Bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anyone else we could throw together? Please stop looking at her father. You will probably break his spine.
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. Definitely not. It was definitely only you in that direction, though. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
Fought for your friend to the very last. At your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Literally. Anyway, time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but back to Sato Mikitoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What?
What is happening? Ah, Soseki and Inspector Hosonaga. Do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I changed my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Sasato Mikitoba.
I don't. So dashing, so divine.
No! Now doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea Mr. Sato was Quietness. That you were locum student Naruhodo's Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. You would think you would, but yeah, poor Soseki, so confused. Still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. Oh, it actually has the right people there on the jury stand. Kind of. After Naruhodo's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Soseki was free to return to Japan. Now he seems to have earned himself a great fame as an author.
And I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was once in a lifetime event, I hope. Alright, so this is definitely going to happen again on episode 4. When, you know, someone falls off a bridge or something. You know, just as an example of the things happened in the future. In futures past. Oh, I'm gonna not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I'm a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then he got punched in the face. Then on a steamship in Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on our journey. Though that didn't help you, did it? Kazuma.
Oh, why do you have to bring that up? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this.
Yeah, I appreciate that he pets the turtle. Also, hello, Sivia. Hope you're having a good day.
I mean, just now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
Talking about the murder at the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes, it was the English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John Else Wilson, yes. Man I invited to Japan personally. Mystery is, why did she kill it? Now the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah! My arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the victim once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been a friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. If that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It's around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it. She was really upset you just kind of left me here alone.
Upon returning to Japan, I took professorship at the Imperial Yume University, but I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well. I wasn't.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram that arrived from Japan. It said you collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? When did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after a long sea voyage, I found you in fine health. Father. Was there something in Great Britain you perceived might be inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? It's the only explanation I can think of. And now that Penny wants out, I have to get up for one brief moment. And now Penny is under attack.
Dear me, you reserve your most cunning glares for your father, Sasato? I'm sorry, my dear, but I simply can't.
Ah, let me go! Hey, how's it going? I'm back now. No, I can't install a doggy door, because then the pups could get in, and they like to eat stuff. They also like to chew on wires, and I have a lot of wires in here, as you may imagine. So 1/3 was enough for you. I got one last thing before they take me away. Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. That visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Jezebel Brett, you mean? No, not her. Student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma. What are you talking about? What does anything have to do with Kazuma? Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They know the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. That he'll never... Ah!
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. That's the first front view we've had of the judge, and also a judge takedown?
Are you allowed to do that?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I was coming to tell you what the rickshaws arrived, Eugene. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly.
Your Excellency.
Ha ha ha! Don't worry, the trial's over. I'm not your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Shishiro Jigoku. Sure. Since I saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance. Sasato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
Well, I mean, they let it slip like 12 times. Judge sees everything, Sasato. Except for the truth, apparently. Wouldn't let you take the risk. If Shishiro hadn't known that and he'd recognized you, so I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Shishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you so very much.
Ah, is that what it's called? What do you think of my Shishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha ha!
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jezebel Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
I'm still here, by the way. Judicial Assistant Mikitoba-san Esquire. Could I have a word?
Oh yes, of course, Seki. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting here again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear.
Please, Sir Seki.
Tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness for locum student Naruhodo Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get the ship back here to my homeland. After arriving in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikitoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day he sent the telegram to you asking to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly.
But do you remember them? The two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought the whole business was over. But it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
I don't remember the second case. If there even was there.
Cutscene!
So,
So.
the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better.
And will she be in a different
How feelings
outfit?
you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Yep, she's back in her usual outfit.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Sosek-san and we talked about that second case he was involved
What was his name? So sick?
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
Maybe you can just show up.
First time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue.
That's definitely just her model, which is probably how they got around the
See you again,
models changing.
Susato.
Well, as always, the first part was really long, but we did it. Sasato's success. And we'll never see Ryutaro again. Until episode 4. But that will probably be it for today. My throat is pain. So, I hope you all enjoyed our great Ace Attorney adventures. Yeah, definitely not. I fully expect someone to fall off a bridge and Ryutaro happened to show up again. Didn't give him a portrait. When do we ever have portraits? The real issue is he didn't have a badge. So I couldn't show it to everybody. But anywho, I'm gonna go find food and whatnot. Thanks again for the resub and the donation random. Well, resub from OP and donation from random. I really appreciate the support. And I'm gonna explode, but I appreciate it. But I'm gonna go find food, and I will probably see you all tomorrow for more Marios, unless something terrible happens and we all explode. Or maybe if, I don't know, I'm able to log in, I might be like, hey, let's beat Heaven's Ward. Because I need to do that. Eventually. Maybe. Possibly. Don't explode. By the way, thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed my bad voice acting, and I will see you later. Bye for now.